from Dodger Stadium in downtown Los Angeles as we're set for Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. The Cubs and the Dodgers playing the middle game of a 3-game weekend set. Great to have you with us. It'll be a sellout crowd tonight. Jim DeShays, Len Casper with you. The Cubs in a good stretch. They've now won 4 of 5 after an 8-2 victory last night.
Yeah, the Dodgers sent a struggling Dan Herron to the mound. The Cubs took advantage of that, provided plenty of offense for Kyle Hendricks, who was good. Yet again, a lot of family and friends on hand. Kyle grew up just about an hour away from Dodger Stadium. And the offense came through, including Kyle Hendricks, his first Major League base hit. And for good measure, another base hit, this time driving in his first Major League run. But it was on the mound that he was most impressive, as he's been pretty much all 4 times he's taken the ball for the Cubs this year. The numbers last night, 7 innings, 4 hits, 1 walk. It was intentional, struck out 3. Very effective use of the fastball in on the Dodger right-handed hitters. Multiple hits from a lot of Cubs last night. Luis Valbuena continues to swing a hot bat, 2 out of 5 with a long ball. Castro had been scuffling, but he had a big night as well.
And a painful loss for the Dodgers. They lost several guys due to injury, including Paul Maholm, the reliever. He's done for the year with a torn ACL. Lefty night on the mound. Tsuyoshi Wada will pitch for the Cubs against the left-hander Hyunjin Ryu.
Yeah, Wada first Major League win last time out against the Rockies. He was very impressive. 7 innings, allowed 5 hits, just 1 run. Obviously, his first look at the Dodgers comes tonight. Ryu, the number 3 man in the Dodger rotation. This speaks to the depth of their rotation. He's a 12-game winner already, and lately he's been really good, 3-0 with a .237 in his last 3 starts.
Cubs cooled off the Dodgers, who ended their 6-game winning streak last night. It'll be a packed house this evening. A lot of Cub fans in attendance. Game 2 next.
Sportsnet is brought to you in part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all. AT&T Uverse. Find out what's possible with AT&T. Call 1-800-PIC-ATT. Mobilizing your world. Ford. Check out America's freshest lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com.
Sixth sellout of the year for the Dodgers here at Dodger Stadium. Overcast skies tonight. Game 2 of this 3-game weekend series. And let's get into Ricky Renteria's Cubs Southwest starting lineup. The rookie Arismendi Alcantara in the leadoff spot playing second. Chris Coghlan is in left. Anthony Rizzo's done a ton of damage against lefties this year. Castro last night had 3 hits. Justin Ruggiano is in right. The catcher Wellington Castillo came about 2 feet away from a grand slam and ended up being an RBI single. Chris Valaika makes his Cub debut. Junior Lake is in center, and the pitcher Wada looking for his first hit.
Dodgers defensively brought to you by Kia. No Puig, no Gonzalez tonight, so it's Crawford, Van Slyke, Kemp in the outfield. Third to first, Uribe, Hanley Ramirez, D. Gordon, Justin Turner making his first start at first base this year. He's played there 15, 16 times in the past in his big league career. Drew Butera in for and nicked up A.J. Ellis behind the plate. And the Lexus starting pitcher for the Dodgers, the 27-year-old left-hander Hyunjin Ryu. And he's been good. 20 starts, 12-5 with a 344 earned run average.
It is very lightly raining, but the fact that we're going to start on time tells you they do not expect it to last very long. Can't remember the last time it rained here at Dodger Stadium when we've been here. Tony Randazzo's from Chicago and working the plate tonight. David Rackley, Brian Gorman, the crew chief, and Jim Wolf, the third baseman. There have been 17 rainouts in the history of this ballpark. The most previous coming in 2000, and it was against Houston. The switch hitting Alcantara takes a fastball in the dirt to get us started, and if Alcantara gets a hit, Benny's Beverage Depot will donate $100 to JDRF. Cornermen in, and the kick and the pitch, it's a strike. Ryu facing the Cubs for the second time. You saw him last year in August at Wrigley Field. I think it was a year ago today, in fact. Bounced foul.
He's got a nice 4-pitch mix. He's not overpowering, but he has very good command. Moves that fastball in and out effectively. Good changeup, slider, and a curve. Big burly guy. And there's a scouting report. Hardly walks anybody. No free passes. I talked about his ability to work both sides of the plate, and very difficult to run on him. Very quick to home plate.
Ramirez will pick it up at short and throw out Alcantara. And Ryu gave up 11 hits in 5 1/3 innings, but gave up just 2 runs in a Dodger win 1 year ago today at Wrigley Field. And you're right, he tips the scales at 254 pounds, 6 feet 2 inches tall, from South Korea. And here's Chris Coghlan. 82 degrees as we got started. That's a curve for a strike. I guess Ryu has been talking with teammates about his breaking pitches. Clayton Kershaw in terms of his slider, and Josh Beckett about that curve. Not bad to have those two veterans as resources.
No, not at all. Curveball's a pitch he's probably going to throw early in the count against a left-handed hitter, and then he'll try to finish him with sliders off the plate. Good fastball in, but he didn't get the call. No swing by Coghlan, who, in terms of batting average, was the best in the National League in the month of July. No swing, and just off the inside corner.
He hit .376 and started August with a 2 for 5 night. in Game 1. It was a bad loss for the Dodgers. Not only did they end their 6-game winning streak, but a bunch of guys got hurt. Adrian Gonzalez with a knee contusion. He's also bothered by a stiff back. That ball hit deep to right into the corner, off the wall. Coghlan motoring into second with a double.
First baseman number 44, Anthony Rizzo.
Well, the calendar flipped, but the approach for Chris Coghlan has not. Back inside with the fastball goes Ryu. This time Coghlan ready for it, turns on it, and almost knocks it out of the ballpark. Would have been just the second home run allowed to a left-handed batter by Ryu this year. Coghlan will settle for a double off the wall.
Yasiel Puig left with a sore hamstring. A.J. Ellis been bothered by a right knee issue. Paul Maholm tore his ACL. He's done for the year. All that happened last night as Rizzo takes a strike. Might see Puig, might see Gonzalez in a pinch hitting role later. We'll see. The pitch. Fouled straight back. 0-2.
Yeah, it was a bizarre game in that there was 4 replay challenges and a string of injuries. That was Gonzalez sliding home. That's where he hurt his knee. Puig had a little bit of a tight hammy working, so they got him out of the ball game. And then Maholm covering first base gets tangled up with Alcantara. Down he goes, torn ACL. So that's the most severe one, and that's really problematic for the Dodgers in that Dan Herron, who started last night, has really been struggling, and Maholm was a guy who maybe, if they decided to make a change in that rotation, could have stepped into that spot, but obviously that's not going to happen.
As of now, Don Mattingly says Herron will make his next start, unless something changes, of course. Ramirez in the outfield grass will retire Rizzo. 2 down, and it'll bring up Starlin Castro. Here's Dan Herron.
13, Starlin Castro.
He's lost his last 5 starts. And the calendar hit July 1st. His season turned for the worst.
Yeah, had a 9-something earned run average in the month of July. Gave up 6 runs, so 7 runs, 6 earned in 4 1/3 last night. Didn't get a lot of help from the bullpen. Still not a good night for Herron.
Castro had 3 hits last night, takes ball 1 off the plate. We want to welcome viewers from around the world watching us on the Armed Forces Network tonight. That young man got his 2nd win in a row. Kyle Hendricks. That one driven out into center, and the Cubs will grab an early lead as Coghlan comes around to score. Starlin Castro with his 3rd go-ahead RBI in the last 5 days.
Number 20, Justin Ruggiero.
At his best when he's driving the ball in this direction. That's an off-speed pitch on the outside corner and down. Not a bad pitch at all, but a good swing of the bat by Castro. They cash in the 1-out double by Coghlan.
Ball 1 on Ruggiero. We talked to Ricky Renteria today about Kyle Hendricks, who went 7 innings on 107 pitches. He said he probably could have gone back out for the 8th, but no need in pushing the rookie. That's his 2nd straight win, 2nd in 3 starts. Took that tough 1-0 loss in his previous start against the Cardinals. Late swing by Ruggiero, 1-2.
Yeah, he's just he has proven to be pretty unflappable out there, regardless of the situation. You could understand a kid being a little unnerved last night, pitching close to home in Dodger Stadium against all the firepower, the big resumes in that lineup, and he was like, yeah. Let's go. No panic under duress, maintains the same tempo, doesn't try to overthrow.
Two. Butera thought it was strike three. He took a step toward his own dugout.
Yeah, it's interesting because he held it there and then came out of his crouch.
Maybe Tony Randazzo sneezed or something.
Tony said something and he interpreted it as strike three, but obviously it was not. Son of former big leaguer Sal Butera, through an outstanding defensive catcher.
Driven in the air to deep left. Crawford goes back on it, and he makes a catch on the warning track. Luciano gave it a ride. The Cubs get one. The Dodgers are coming up. Times in the first 10 innings of this series. Southwest starting lineup for Don Mattingly's Dodgers. Dee Gordon with his 50th stolen base last night. Justin Turner, it's his first start of the year at first. Ramirez, Kemp, Van Slyke, and Uribe in the middle. Carl Crawford down in the 7th spot against the lefty. Butera the catcher tonight. Ryu the pitcher.
Key defense for the Cubs this evening. Coughlin, Lake, Ruggiano, left, center, and right. Christopher Leica gets his first start with the Cubs. He's a guy who can play all over the infield. Castro Alcantara up the middle. Rizzo first. Castillo behind the plate. Lexus starting pitcher Tsuyoshi Iwata. 3 starts for the lefty. He's got a win, a loss, and a no decision. A 3.38 ERA.
5'11", 170, known as Dr. K over in Japan. Looking for his second big league victory.
Really good last time out. Fastball, slider, change, and a curve.
And he faces Gordon to start it. What a revelation he has been this year. I was talking with the Dodgers first base coach, former Cub Davey Lopes. And he said Gordon is a different player. He said he is our most valuable player. He's been the main reason we are where we are. First time All-Star. Solid rookie debut in 2011, but then struggled the following 2 seasons. Spent time back in the minors last year as a result. Missed time with a right thumb injury the year before. And then when he came back that year, his old shortstop job belonged to Hanley Ramirez. Beat out Alex Guerrero for the second base job this spring. He can fly.
Stole 2 bags last night, numbers 49 and 50.
1-2 on the way is hit foul. The Dodgers over the last few years have cornered the market on sons of major leaguers. Tom Flash Gordon, former big league pitchers, his dad. Scott Van Slyke in the lineup, son of Andy, and Jerry Hairston.
Justin Sellers was here for a time. Dad Jeff pitched in the big leagues. So
that's a strikeout.
Butera.
Yeah, so tonight, right, you've got 3 major league sons. Gordon.
Wynn Jr. was here.
Van Slyke, Butera.
There was one game, I think it was a spring training game, where they actually started 7 guys whose dads had played in the big leagues.
Maybe Tim Wallach's son.
Yep.
Don Mattingly's kid was in their organization at one point. Not a bad place to start.
It's a beautiful thing about baseball, though. Nepotism will only get you so far. You better be able to play.
Yeah, Preston Mattingly. 6 minor league seasons with the Dodgers. Oh, there goes the bat.
Watch out. Oh, look at the usherette playing that on a hop. Tremendous play. See if we capture the magic here. Turner has that bat fly out of his hands. And we're going to see this, I don't know if she's security or whatever she is. She's going to take care of her patrons. There she is, playing that on a hop. Would have been really cool if she would have flipped it up in the air like a baton twirler and caught it behind her back.
Here's the 0-2 from Wada. Ground ball base hit into right.
Shortstop number 13, Hanley Ramirez.
Wada can work effectively up in the zone, but it has to be, in on the hands of a hitter like Turner. This one out over the plate, just inside outs it into right. He's got a report on Wada. 50-50. You can't sit fastball. Throws his breaking pitches as much as he does his fastball. Deceptive with that fastball. Certainly was in his last start. And he's got a good change of pace. You see that against the right-handed hitters. Lefties, it'll be mostly fastball, slider, curve.
Now facing the shortstop, Hanley Ramirez. And he fouls off to the right.
.271 for Ramirez this year. He's .271 against righties, .271 against lefties. Home road, pretty much the same guy. Kyle Hendricks had success working fastballs in on his hands last night, but Kyle Hendricks is a right-handed pitcher. A little different approach for Wada. No real advantage gained either way. More home runs against right-handed pitching, but
faces more righties.
Yeah, more ABs.
Outside for a ball. 1-2. Wada had a great college career in Japan. Waseda University. His ERA was under 2. Had a stretch of over 52 consecutive scoreless innings at one point in college. Pitched a lot on the international stage. And was here with Team Japan a few years ago. Did not pitch. He was in the bullpen. And into right for a base hit. Alcantara just couldn't get it. And Turner had to make sure the line drive got through and is able to slide safely into second. Back-to-back hits here with one out.
Right fielder, number 27, Matt Kemp.
Turner actually retreating to first base, thinking that Alcantara was going to make a play on that, so he had to slam on the brakes and reverse course.
So it's Matt Kemp, who has always killed lefties. 332 lifetime average, an OPS of almost 950.
Yeah, and this year he is not, but you tend to buy into the career numbers more so than what he's done so far this year.
Well, facing Wada for the first time.
0 for 3 last night, but he's been red hot since the All-Star break. Be careful, he's good down. Fastball's down and away a little bit. He hammers in on the hands with the heater and maybe soft off the outside edge. You see Castillo set up trying to get in there, and I think Wada's better off throwing that ball up above the hands on Kemp. But you got to get strike one somewhere. You know, that pitch I'm talking about is off the plate. Get the jump and then expand.
Set at the belt. Look at the runner at second. Ramirez with a huge lead at first. And that one out of the zone. It's 1-1. Dodgers have the best record in the National League. 62-48. Giants trailing at New York 4-2 in the top of the 9th inning. The Dodgers starting the day with a 2.5 game lead. It's a 2-team race. Third place San Diego 12.5 out. One of the big reasons the Dodgers had won 6 in a row before last night. Kemp and Puig. A couple of guys named Greinke and Kershaw too.
They've been pretty good too. I thought you said Captain Puig there for a minute. There you go.
Swing and a miss for strike 3.
Well executed.
Center fielder, number 33, Scott Van Slyke.
Perfectly placed high fastball. You see where Castillo asked for it, and Wada complies. The guy that handles the ball down, he's going to have a little natural loop to his swing, a little uppercut action, and if he's willing to chase that high fastball with that swing, nothing good is going to happen for him.
So Matt Kemp comes to the plate with Lionel Richie in the background, and Scott Van Slyke gets Led Zeppelin. Just saying. Doesn't really mean anything, but interesting nonetheless. For the record, I like Lionel Richie. You ever danced on the ceiling?
No.
Nor have I. I'd like to. One ball, one strike on Van Slyke. 175 plate appearances this year. Getting on base at a 371 clip. He's slugging .503. But they've got a log jam in the outfield. That's been the issue. Got 5 outfielders are trying to find time for him. Cut off by Valleca. He'll take the short throw to second, and the inning comes to an end. The Dodgers strand a couple. It's 1-0 Cubs after an inning.
Game live, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield. Get the recap on tonight's game and all the action from around the league. Don't miss Cubs post-game live tonight, right after the game on Comcast Sports Net.
Well, a lot of blue in the ballpark, but we're finding some Cubs blue, which is fun. Ricky Renteria's got a lot of family in the ballpark tonight, upwards of 15 or so. And he was telling us before the game, his family's a little emotional. They're really proud of him.
Yeah.
He's from the area, and they are more than thrilled for him.
Grew up in a household of 9 kids, very modest means. First in Compton, and then, what was it, South Lake? Is that the name of the?
Compton and Southgate.
Southgate.
Yep.
And understandably very proud of the fact that one of the 9 has gone on to be a big league manager.
One strike on Wellington Castillo. Had a nice night at the plate last night. He walked twice and just missed a grand slam on a ball that was off the top of the wall. He hits one hard, diving stop. D. Gordon from a knee, and he gets Castillo by about 30 feet. Wow, what a play.
You could almost see it in Castillo's body language as he went down the line, just crestfallen that Gordon made this play on him.
Yeah, the Dodgers are really happy with Gordon's glove work at second. A natural shortstop.
Castillo's hit into some tough luck here of late. The at-bats, though, recent days been much better.
So here's Valaika in his Cub debut. 244 in his big league career. 55 games between the Reds and the Marlins. 102 games at Iowa. Played all 4 infield spots. He grew up here in Los Angeles. A Cub fan because his dad is from Chicago. So he said, I've been to many Cubs-Dodger games here in this ballpark, but this is the first time he's ever played here.
In limited at-bats, he's been really good against lefties in the big leagues. 17 out of 45. That's a .378 batting average. Career batting average .244.
Born in Santa Monica. Went to the University of California at Santa Barbara. 3rd rounder of the Reds back in 06. He turns 29 in 2 weeks. Three and 1 the count. Whatever rain there was when we started has stopped.
Apparently they actually had the tarp on the field down in San Diego for a while tonight.
Wow. That is rare. Base hit center field. Valaika starts his big league season with a solid single.
Center field, number 21, Junior Lake.
He'll probably get fined in kangaroo court for being late for the season. He was lucky this one didn't hit him in the chest. That ball was smoked.
We'll bring up Junior Lake. 1 year ago today against Ryu, he went 3 for 3 at Wrigley Field. All the hits were singles. Quick to the plate, swing and a miss. One ball, one strike. John Lester won his Oakland A's debut 8-3 over the Kansas City Royals this afternoon. Went into the 7th. An 8-run fifth did it for the Athletics. Johnny Gomes had 2 hits in that inning.
The trade is really paying off.
The A's today had Yoenis Cespedes T-shirt day. They handed out 10,000, even though Cespedes was traded to the Red Sox. You got the T-shirts, you might as well give them away.
Yeah. Butera and Ryu having a difficult time getting together there, so Butera went out and basically made his case. Here's why I'm asking for this, and here's why it's going to work.
And he was right. First strikeout for Ryu. The Chicago Sports Museum and Harry Caray's 7th inning stretch are now open at Water Tower Place. The museum combines high-tech interactive experiences with an impressive collection of game-used treasures. Come challenge yourself or your friends. In there on Wada, who's 0 for 4 with the sac bunt, which is not in play here with 2 outs.
Ryu continues to use that quick step delivery, even though it's not a running situation.
Left field, Crawford into foul territory, and he just can't get it.
He's been on the DL each of the last 4 seasons. At some point on a ball like this, you have to decide whether to leave your feet or start to break it down so you don't go flying into the stands. And you see he shortens up just a little bit there and not able to make the play. We honor guys who leave their feet and run into walls, but I understand why Crawford will pull up a little bit there. Self-preservation, staying healthy, staying in the lineup matters.
Strike 3 to end the inning. 1-0 Cubs early.
Time for you to tweet your photo using hashtag CubsFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown in our broadcast later in the game. It's brought to you by AT&T. Tweet away.
And the Cubs will celebrate Lionel Richie in the 80s next homestand. The Tampa Bay Rays, Milwaukee Brewers both come in for a 7-game stay. Make sure to visit WrigleyField100.com for all the planned 80s festivities. For tickets, visit Cubs.com today. A nice chat with 1980s member of the Chicago Cubs today, Ron Say, talking about the old ballpark and all the crazy weather patterns. He really believes the exorbitant amount of day games is an issue, and that has been discussed for decades. The effect of afternoon baseball. The Cubs now with 40 scheduled night games. Here's Juan Uribe. Comes in at 304 on the year and takes a curveball for ball one. Former shortstop. If you look at some of the advanced analytics, he has been terrific at third base. Took a look at the last 2 years, 13 and 14 on Fangraphs. Among all third basemen with at least 1,000 innings at the hot corner in UZR ultimate zone range per 150 games, he's ahead of Manny Machado and Nolan Arenado. So the new fancy defensive numbers, they like Juan Uribe a lot.
Yeah, I think the old-fashioned scouts like him too. I think they like his hands down there at third base.
Yeah. Well, we were impressed with Arenado, who won the Gold Glove last year. And we look forward to seeing Manny Machado in person coming up. Wada back in at 3-2. Here it comes. Bounced up the middle. Alcantara right behind second. And he gets him.
Alcantara looked like maybe got a little out of rhythm with the footwork on that throw, but good enough to get Uribe for out number one. So he's shading that way, right over the head of Wada it goes. He might have even gotten a piece of it.
Now Crawford, who went 0 for 4 in the opener last night. Here's a note for you. Last year, Carl Crawford in the postseason hit 4 home runs. The Dodger record for a single postseason is 5. Do you know who owns that record? Most home runs in a postseason by a Dodger.
Is it
Brooklyn or LA? Doesn't matter.
Or LA, okay.
Whoever you're thinking of, the answer is wrong.
It's not Duke Snider?
Nope.
Pee Wee Waninger?
Nope.
Ed Norton?
Nope.
Art Vandelay?
I'll give you the year.
Lloyd Braun?
You want the year?
Yes.
1978.
1978. Vaughn Joshua?
Nope.
Jay Johnstone?
Nope.
Davey Lopes?
Yep. How about that?
Davey had pop.
5 homers. That's the Dodger postseason single season record.
That was the year they got beat by the Yankees for the second consecutive year in the World Series.
Third K for Wada.
They came back in '81 and got their revenge.
Number 31, Drew Butera.
Carl Crawford, take a seat. Again, I talked in the scouting report about Wada being sneaky with that fastball, and that's what we saw last time. Swings and misses with fastballs right over the heart of the plate at 89, 90. In this instance, 91 miles an hour, but it's right there. And I guarantee you these Dodger hitters muttering to themselves, man, I thought I was on that ball.
Butera fouls off. Acquired from the Twins on the final day of July last year. He caught Josh Beckett's no-hitter in Philadelphia in late April. Beckett will start tomorrow. To Rizzo on the ground. And the Dodgers go in order in the second after 2. Cubs 1, Dodgers nothing.
At 11:30, don't miss Sportsnet Central, presented by AT&T Uverse. Check in with the Bears out of training camp, and also a review of the Cubs and the Sox. And lots of other good stuff.
1-0, the Cubs with a first inning run. And Ryu will face the top 3 in the order. Alcantara, Coghlan, and Rizzo. JD, I've noticed Ryu in between innings, he just plays catch basically. Carlos Zambrano did that. Not a lot of pitchers do that. They'll do their whole windup, but he's just trying to get loose, right? Just
maybe because it's a hot, steamy night, or maybe he does this all the time. But most pitching coaches would prefer you throw a couple pitches with a little bit of conviction.
Strike called.
It will be interesting to see if he changes his approach in between innings if the Dodgers were to bat for a good while. You know, if the innings are moving along quickly, maybe it just makes more sense because you don't really get out of rhythm. But if they were to bat for 20 minutes, score a couple runs, maybe he would change his approach.
1-1 on Alcantara, making his 14th start at second. He's made 6 in center. Doubled up on the curveball, 2-1. Fastball catches fat part of the plate, and Kemp's got to play it on a hop. Alcantara with the leadoff single.
Kemp was shading him that way, so Alcantara will have to settle for the single. He's really struggled, Alcantara has, since the first 6 or 7 ball games. He's been fine on fastballs. The soft stuff is what's presented a problem for him. Here he fights off his fastball, gets himself a knock. And Alcantara, a guy you would normally think, well, maybe he'll try to steal a base here. But again, with this combination of Ryu on the mound, Butera behind the plate, it's awfully tough to contemplate trying to run on these guys.
Coughlin with a double and a run in the first inning. In the dirt. Ryu signed with the Dodgers prior to last year, $36 million 6-year contract, plus almost $26 million in terms of a posting fee for the rights to negotiate with him. Had been pitching for the Hanwha Eagles, the Korean baseball organization. Hyun Jin Ryu.
First player to come out of the South Korea with that posting system. Dodgers have had a lot of luck in the Pacific Rim. Nomo, Park.
Coughlin squares this one up, but he hit it a little too hard all the way out to Crawford.
Coming to the plate for
Next homestand, of course, we celebrate the 80s. And Friday, August 8th at 3:05, the Cubs and the Rays will do battle. First 10,000 in attendance get an illuminating first night game Rick Sutcliffe bobblehead. Presented by Las Vegas. It's the 8th of 10 special Wrigley Field bobblehead giveaways. Go to Cubs.com to reserve your seat.
Is it illuminating because it gives you great insight into Rick Sutcliffe?
Wait and see. That's a good tease. We'll find out. I think it just lights up. Bounce to first. Turner. Ramirez. Back to Turner. Really no chance. Ramirez had to throw from a knee. Turner had to locate the bag. It'll be a fielder's choice for Rizzo.
And this is Turner's first start at first base this year. Quickly unloads. The throw not particularly accurate. That's what creates the problem. No double play for the Dodgers.
It's close at first. Closer than I thought.
That's probably the biggest challenge for Turner, playing first base. Catching the ball, no problem, but making throws you're not used to making.
Castro dribbles one to Uribe, and he'll make a throw, but no chance. Infield hit.
He had one of those last night. And he also had 2 other hits, and so that's 5 in the series already for Starlin.
Right fielder, number 20, Justin Lucian.
Keeps the line moving for Ruggiano. First and second. Good changeup.
Yeah, well, Ruggiano put a good swing on him last time. A deep drive to left field that had top spin. Otherwise, it probably flies out of the ballpark. So a little more cautious approach here. First pitch changeup. He's got a good one. He's got quality pitches. His curveball is good. This slider, he likes to throw that slider hard down and in on the right-handed hitters.
Fastball high, 1-2.
Ball usually doesn't carry very well here at Dodger Stadium at night, but with this humid air, it might jump a little bit better. Dodger Stadium's always been a good place to pitch. You, however, this year has been better on the road. 8-2 with a 280 something on the road. 4-3 with an ERA above 4 here in his home park.
Swing and a miss to end the inning. 2 hits, 2 left, bottom third. Beautiful night in LA, 1-0. Tsuyoshi Wada has been real good early. It's still early, but getting some swings and misses.
Couple fastballs up and then one in.
Leading off the bottom of the third for the Dodgers.
Comes out hitting the Dodgers early, 5-2. Going to extra innings in Miami. Reds and the Marlins tied at 1 apiece. Slugfest in St. Louis. Cardinals lead the Brewers 9-7 as they go to the 9th. Mets beat the Giants 4-2. Jacob deGrom and Jake Peavy each took no hitters into the 7th in that game. Didn't finish that way. The 0-1 to Ryu, left-handed thrower, right-handed batter.
And back up top.
Four strikeouts the first time through for Wada.
Dodgers second baseman, number 9, D. Gordon.
1 week from today, the 9th, 3:05 first pitch with the Rays in town. First 10,000 fans at the ballpark will receive Cubs retro headphones. Those are presented by Athletico Physical Therapy. Visit Cubs.com to purchase your tickets today.
Plug it into your old Sony Walkman. Grab a cassette. Make a mixtape.
Or you could upgrade to a Discman.
I probably had a Discman, but they were a little too big.
They were very portable.
The portability was low.
And yet I saw you passing through the hotel lobby today with a boombox on your shoulder.
Yes. With a portable turntable.
There's a man with his own theme music.
I remember getting my first dual cassette player. You could record on one side. Oh, man.
Yeah, that was high-tech stuff.
And he kept recording on a cassette over and over and over. Between songs, you could hear the old recordings
bleeding through a little bit.
Yes. Low and in.
Strike hits. Gordon leads the league. Gets a lot of infield hits. A lot of bunt hits.
Foul tip, strike 3.
Another one of those seemingly hittable fastballs.
Dr. K strikes again.
Justin Turner.
Pitched in the Pacific League in Japan. Won an MVP award in 2010. 17 victories that year. Curve is low. 1-1 to Turner.
Love his pace. He's feeling good about things. He's got command of his pitches. He's wasting no time.
I'm just looking at some of his career highlights in Japan. Among the leaderboards a few years, I see some familiar names. Yu Darvish, Masahiro Tanaka, Hisashi Iwakuma. All those guys ended up here in the States in the major leagues. Ruggiano makes the catch, and the inning is over. Wada's been really good early, leading 1-0. Here, Vin Scully recently announced he will be back with the Dodgers next year for his 66th season. He does all the games in California and in Arizona. And 3, 2, 1, he is back on the air.
Well, again, Dodger fans.
They simulcast Vin's first 3 innings on radio, and then Charlie Steiner and Rick Monday take over on radio, and Vin finishes on television. One ball, no strikes. Wellington Castillo. Curve is in there. Ryu to Butera. Dodger battery tonight, 1-2.
There's another legend up here today. June Lockhart. You remember June Lockhart? Played the mom on Lassie.
Oh, yeah.
Lost in Space. She was up saying hi to Vin earlier.
Nice. Dave Winfield, the Hall of Famer, was down on the field before the game as well.
Big Wimph.
On the ground, Ramirez sets, throws, and gets Castillo. We had time with the catcher running.
That's a tough 0 for 2 for Castillo.
The final Cubs destinations opportunity this year, August 8th through the 10th, when the Rays come to the friendly confines for an interleague matchup. As always, these packages include great tickets, first-class hotel accommodations, special Cubs gift bag, a VIP tour, private meet and greet with a current Cub. For more info, go to Cubs.com. Valleca 1 for 1, takes a curve for a strike. One and two. Pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Well, sad news as we lost one of our all-time favorites, the Professor, Pete Van Wieren, longtime Atlanta Braves broadcaster who retired in 2008, lost his battle with cancer at age 69. The word classy is an understatement to describe Pete Van Wieren, an encyclopedia of baseball statistics and stories. He was always one of the highlights of going to Atlanta, just talking to the Professor.
Yeah, and in a business where you run across some fairly outsized egos, not the case with Pete Van Wieren, just as solid as they come.
I've told this story before. I will tell it again. Ran into Pete a couple of years ago after he had retired. And I said, how is retirement treating you? He said, Len, I found that it's very similar. The only downside to to being retired is I don't get per diem when I go on the road now. Swing and a miss. Lake strikes out, and the inning is over. 1-0 Cubs. All over the place. Jaime Jarrín on the left, working alongside former Dodger pitcher Fernando Valenzuela. Jaime is in his 56th season as the Spanish radio voice of the Los Angeles Dodgers. He's finally taking a little time off during the season. You know, he just got back from an Alaskan cruise, so he's refreshed and ready to go here in the second half. Is there a nicer person?
Jaime, oh no, he's wonderful.
Works with Pepe Iñiguez as well on Dodgers Spanish radio. A legend.
Well, Fernando's got to enjoy this show these crafty left-handers are putting on tonight. A lot of 3 shutout innings so far. They've each punched out 5. There's not been a walk in the ball game. The approach is very similar. Get ahead, expand the zone. They've both been successful with fastballs up above the hands. Ryu relying a little bit more on his breaking ball than Wada.
Two balls, no strikes on Ramirez. Yankees beat the Red Sox at Fenway 6-4. Big 2-run double by Derek Jeter. Had to use a lot of bullpen today. But they got it done.
A floating slider across the top of the zone. Ramirez didn't like the call. Hanley's got some bad body language. If he doesn't like a call or something doesn't go his way, gets a little pouty out there. Tremendously gifted player. Last night he gave away his batting helmet.
Yeah, fan right behind the dugout.
Yeah, just enough of this. There's no more hits in this helmet.
That's the first walk issued by either pitcher tonight. Right field corner, and it's slicing out of play, or just foul rather, along that sidewall. Got that short barrier out there near each foul pole. So corner outfielders, if they can get to that spot on a deep fly, they can steal away a home run pretty easily.
.395 straightaway center field here, pretty big in the alleys and deep down the line.
So it's been a symmetrical ballpark in terms of the outfield dimensions. We'll check on Ramirez, who has 12 steals on the year. Cubs with a first inning run. That's holding up for now. And a 1-1 count on Matt Kemp. Recruited by Oklahoma as a basketball player, but signed with the Dodgers instead after being a 6th round pick in 03. He's won a couple of Gold Gloves, Silver Slugger winner twice, been an All-Star couple of times. Had a great year in 2011. Nearly won the Triple Crown. He turned that into an 8-year extension. He's had trouble staying healthy, though, the last several seasons. That's one of the big challenges. I mean, there's several challenges. I think a lot of people would look at Don Mattingly's job and say, well, I mean, he's got a $230 million team. Can't be much stress. Well, everybody wants to play. They all can't play. When guys who have resumes like these veterans do and they struggle, they might tend to pout. You mentioned Ramirez. Deep drive, left center. Coughlin watches it go. A home run for Matt Kemp, and the Dodgers lead. Boy, he's had a big week. Fourth homer in his last 5 games.
Turned into Matt Kemp again.
You said it, down is bad.
Really good down. Big, tall guy with good leverage, uppercut swing. If you're going to go down, you got to get it down.
Well, to finish the thought, the other thing about a veteran team is you're going to have to battle injuries. Guys in their 30s break down, and we've seen that already in this series.
Right, so you've got all these guys that want playing time, and so you might contemplate, well, maybe we should move one of these outfielders, pick up some help for the bullpen or whatever. But you have to have protection in case one of your other guys goes down. You know, they're in go for it mode, and so if a frontline player, a guy who's used to being an everyday player, has to kind of, be a little unselfish and be willing to take on a part-time role. That's just the nature of it. It's when you're going for a ring. I think that's something a player should be able to understand.
Well, and that's where Van Slyke, again, probably is a starting player, everyday player on any other team in baseball, as he finds the left field corner. And I think the reality is Van Slyke ends up playing a lot because Crawford and Kemp, and the way Puig plays, they're going to have days off.
Right, and Van Slyke can play the outfield. We saw him at first base last night after Adrian Gonzalez got hurt, so there's at-bats for him available. Big old leg kick here. He gets it down in time to turn on this slice. So the slider again, this one right over the heart of the plate. Ought to kind of losing his angle on that slider, not much tilt. Ball just kind of moving horizontally across the strike zone, no downward angle, and unless that ball is right in on the hands, you're asking for trouble.
Strike on Uribe.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Welly back away from that slider a little bit.
Fastball is up. Dodgers lead on the Kemp 2-run homer.
Good try. Shooting for the outside corner, just a bit off the edge.
There it comes. Popped him up in the right. Ruggiano drifting in a few steps. He's got it. That's the first out.
Dodgers left fielder number 3, Carl Crawford.
Time of night and the type of sky where an outfielder might have problems with the ball like that. Important for the outfielders to communicate, help each other out.
Another guy who's had some injury problems last few years, Carl Crawford. On the ground to Rizzo, scoops and finds first in plenty of time. 2 down.
Catcher number 31, Drew Butera.
Bring up Butera, the catcher. Van Slyke now at third.
Renteria called for an intentional walk early in the ball game last night, the first inning, as a matter of fact, and they're going to do it again here. I'm not so sure I buy into this one. Butera not doing much with the bat, and Ryu could swing the bat a little bit. If I'm pitching, I feel like I should be able to get the 8-hole hitter out, and I'd love to have that pitcher leading off the next inning. So for me, it's more about the next inning even than this inning. But if you're playing the numbers game and you're saying what is the best chance to stop that particular run at third base from scoring, this is the move.
AT&T U-verse multi-view, 2 in, 2 on, with pitcher Ryu coming up. The Dodgers do have some interesting prospects. In reading some of their general manager Ned Colletti's comments this week, he was looking to add, but everybody who called mentioned Jock Peterson, Corey Seager, or Julio Urias. Left-handed pitcher. Seager, the younger brother of Kyle Seager's a shortstop. Peterson, an outfielder. The top 3 guys. And every time their names were brought up, Ned said no.
Well, so I suspect Ned will be paying very close attention to the waiver wire. We'll try to do something to add an arm to the rotation and or the bullpen. Yeah, they're pretty good. You contemplate the Dodgers in the postseason. Kershaw, obviously, stacks up with anybody. Greinke as well. Real solid number 3, and then a lot just depends on the health of Josh Beckett.
Yeah, well, it's important for any team to win the division as opposed to the one-game wild card. But if you're the Dodgers, you'd like to be able to start a series with Kershaw and Greinke, for sure. So even if you use Kershaw or Greinke and win the wild card, you got to have some depth once you get into that division round. Full count, 3-2 on the pitcher after the intentional walk to the 8-hitter Butera.
Wheel wouldn't bite at that high fastball. He did last time.
Butera runs, swing and a miss to end the inning. Kemp with a 2-run homer, and the Dodgers lead by a run. Sportsnet brought to you by Nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich. Visit Jeff at jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side. And Patrick, we were talking about the Dodgers with their big payroll. Obviously, the Cubs are not where the Dodgers are, but the Cubs are turning the corner, and the sell mode trades are going to start to end here, and they're going to be buying more than selling in the future.
Yeah, the Cubs are kind of in position to do almost anything they want, and not, a Dodger, kind of mega team. But if you look at, whether it's John Lester or trading for, a big bat, they can really get creative with all the kind of prospects that they've stockpiled, and they do have the financial flexibility to, if they see a Zach Greinke or, those guys don't come on the market too often, but they're in position to kind of pounce, if that happens. I think we'll be a busy offseason.
2-1 on the Matt Kemp home run as Wada will lead off and takes a strike. Kyle Hendricks last night, pretty darn good.
Yeah, he said the last time he pitched at Dodger Stadium was a showcase leading into his senior year of high school, and there was about 200 people here for that. So I thought he did a nice job in front of a huge crowd. The National League's best team, and he looks like he belongs.
0-2 is outside. You know the drill now. When Emilio Bonifacio gets traded, the first thing a lot of Cub fans say is Baez, Baez, Baez. But Jed Hoyer very quickly the other day said, The prospects are not going to be moved based on other moves at the big league level. They'll come when they're ready.
Well, first he just said no, and then just kind of let the silence hang there for a moment. But follow-up question kind of made it seem like that's not going to change their timetable at all. So I think JD, we'll be having this conversation for I think a couple more weeks, and then by the end of August, maybe we'll get some more clarity. And once Iowa's done with their season, I think it's kind of 50-50.
Yeah. I mean, there's no sense of urgency. There's no need to make that kind of a move.
There's Alcantara, 1 out of 2 tonight. I mean, there may be a point down the road where you do trade somebody to create a spot for one of the core prospects, but that's not what that deal was. And so you don't just say, well, we've got a spot open, so just bring him up. Swing and a miss. The other thing for Baez is short and second are the positions he's been playing, and right now you've got 2 guys playing every day there, so there really isn't a spot open. I mean, Bonifacio played some second and some center, but they want to get Alcantara as many reps at second as they can along with center field.
Yeah, I think the one kind of compelling counter argument is just that if you look at Baez, it's taken him a while to kind of adjust to a new level in advanced pitching, and he is a pretty excitable, emotional guy, and to maybe get that out of the way now might make sense, especially if next year is going to be kind of that turning point year.
Alcantara beats that throw and picks up an infield hit. I agree with you, and I think September is very much a possibility.
And I think Soler is probably a lock for September with his kind of major league contract and the fact that he's really kind of proven a lot of the doubters wrong, I think, with the way he's come back from those injuries and started crushing the ball and showing a little more maturity and kind of what the Cubs needed to see this year.
Now, JD, I don't know if these conversations are had because you don't look at it completely negatively, but you do think of all the possibilities. And one of the things for Baez, when it comes to this year, if you're thinking about bringing him up, if you do it too soon, do you risk him struggling so much that people start to ask questions? I know you don't deal with the externals. You worry about the player himself. But if you give him a little taste in September, if he's good, that's great. He has confidence. But even if he struggles, you kind of limit that experience maybe going into next year.
Well, yeah, and that's so you could call him up in September and say, well, we're not going to play you every day. We're just going to put you in favorable matchups and let him get his feet wet and settle in a little bit at the big league level. If you were to call him up after the Bonifacio trade, you want to make sure he gets a lot of at-bats between now and the end of the year. So if you were to have brought him up, then you'd be playing him every day, and you would run the risk of perhaps exposing him, and he would struggle a little bit. And those are, I don't know the answer to that because I don't see the kid play. I mean, I just have to trust the people that say, here's what we see down in the minor leagues. We feel like he needs to improve on this, that, and the other thing. And when he does that, he'll be ready to play in the big league. So,
well, that's a great point because
I only know what I hear from people in the organization.
Yeah, that I think fans just assume these kids are all ready. They're ready. Let them play. But there are little things in everybody's game that need to be shored up, and why not do that at that level as opposed to trying to do it here where Patrick, I mean, Starlin Castro, we've talked about it, 2010, probably brought here before he was ready in some areas. The bat played here, but there's still some defensive things, 4 or 5 years later that they've been working on with it. That will be 2 to end the inning. Ramirez gets up slowly at second.
Bottom of the 5th. The newborn fan club is the perfect gift to showcase what it means to be a Cub for life. Receive a customized photo announcing the birth on the Wrigley Field marquee, a Cubs birth certificate, Cubs baby stocking cap, and a Cubs Rookie of the Year onesie. Perfect for parents and friends alike. Visit Cubs.com for more information and to sign up today.
1-6-3 double play ball to get Ryu out of the top of this inning. D. Gordon just got hit. And after 2 strikeouts, he's on base for the first time.
And I thought Gordon would be looking to put a bunt down after punching out twice, but first pitch. Again, looked like the slider from Wada. That's the pitch that got hit hard last inning. This time leaves it up and in, and Gordon gets a free base.
Gordon got to 50 steals with 2 last night. The Dodgers' 110th game. Tied for the 4th fastest pace in LA Dodger history. Maury Wills got his 50th back in 1965 in their 80th game. Gordon's now been on base in 15 consecutive games.
.50 steals, 7 of those steals with a left-hander on the mound. 7 out of 10 with a lefty pitching. 43 steals, 9 times caught with a righty on the mound.
Gordon not running, and Turner takes it upstairs for a ball.
Gordon with that speed certainly making his presence felt. Wada throwing over there 3 consecutive times on the quick pitch home, and a pitch that was well up out of the strike zone. It's always the challenge. There's some guys that are able to employ that slide step or quick step and still make a good pitch. Other guys have a hard time doing that.
There he goes. Turner pops it foul to the seats back of first.
Turner with a little look of confusion on his face. The 2-hole hitter behind a guy like D. Gordon. This is a pitch he probably ought to take. I can't imagine there was a hit and run play on. With Gordon's speed, just let him steal. On a 1-0 count, that's when Turner should just go ahead and take it, let Gordon get the base.
See if they can turn it here. The flip, the turn, 6-4 to 3.
Boy, what a difference, huh? Turner takes that second pitch. Gordon likely steals second base. A completely different inning. Wada gets his ground ball, and Alcantara able to make the turn. It's kind of that tweener zone for Castro, whether to flip underhand or go overhand. He opted for the long underhanded toss, and it was good enough to get the job done.
Yeah, he got a lot on it. Usually there's a little more arc in that underhand flip. 2 outs, nobody on. Ramirez has singled, walked, and scored a run. Back to the screen. Wada signed with the Orioles back in December of 2011. Got a 2-year deal. Joined their AAA club. 1 appearance. Got knocked around, 6 runs in under 3 innings. and then had to undergo Tommy John surgery. Never did get to the big leagues with the Orioles. Invited to spring training with the Cubs this year. He's terrific at AAA Iowa, and here he is after the Samardzija and Wada, or the Samardzija and Hamill trade to Oakland. That ball lined past Coghlan. Ramirez in the second with a double. That was a bullet.
It was reminiscent of Giancarlo Stanton with the ball that far on a line.
Now that's one where if you're a pitcher and you see it and hear it off the bat, you go, that's not good.
Especially with this guy coming up next.
Kemp hit a 2-run shot in the fourth.
Lazy slider. Kemp's 12th.
They got a bubble machine in the Dodger dugout that they like to celebrate around. Kemp went around 1-1. Still a kid's game. This Mitch Poole, their clubhouse guy, had to go to a local toy store to replace the old bubble machine. What's a good bubble machine run these days?
I'm not sure.
I'm sorry, a big league bubble machine.
I don't know. I'm more of the little plastic jar with the little handle thing.
This is high-tech stuff we're talking. Here's a 1-1, 2-1.
There you go.
$30. Dodger blue.
Probably got one of those chocolate fountains back in the runway between the dugout and the clubhouse.
Both strikes in this at bat have been checked swings by Kemp. Can he fool him a third time?
And a man in scoring position. He's getting a little greedy here, and he's had him chasing that changeup. That's what we were talking about earlier. Kemp is good down, but if you go kind of in the area where he likes it, and then further down. Those are both changeups in this sequence.
To Castro, it actually backed him up. He hit it so hard, and he throws over to first. Toys R Us, you can get the bubble machine for $79.99 plus tax, I assume.
and the Twins. It's 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Tomorrow, there's been 32 runs scored in that series already. Sox won Friday, Twins won today. Jose Abreu's hit streak was terminated.
20 or 21?
Yep.
Something like that.
20 or 21.
Okay. I can tell you in a second.
Yeah,
21.
0 for 3 with a couple of walks today.
People are tweeting us. You can go to Target, get a bubble machine for $34.99. So it wasn't that far off.
Well,
just depends on whether you want the deluxe model or not.
I got a guy. Paul Goldschmidt to the DL with a fractured left hand. Got hit by a pitch in the ball game last night.
One and 2 to Rizzo. Now even at 2 apiece. Beautiful sky tonight. Overcast here in the evening hours, but all in all, a pleasant evening. Rizzo's been hit now by 12 pitches, another one last night. One off the major league lead as Gordon, pretty good hops, but he just couldn't get it, and that's a base hit.
Well, you, like so many, trying to get in on Rizzo, but quick enough to get to that one and hit it hard. Gordon way up, but not up enough.
Wow.
That's reminiscent of Jose Chico Lean, second baseman for the Pirates back in the 80s.
I was watching batting practice from near the batting cage today. Deke Gordon was listed at 5'11", 170. Long and lean. I guess he had added about 10 pounds.
Yeah, I was watching him today too during BP, and it looks like he's got about a 26-inch waist.
I was just thinking that. Yeah.
Not a whole lot of body fat there.
Short lead by Rizzo, and the 0-2 to Castro is buried in the dirt. Starlin has 5 hits in the set. That looks like a Randy Newman video.
You can smell the colitis rising up through the air. They come in bunches for Starlin Castro. 3 last night.
Past Ryu, but Gordon, Ramirez, and Turner team up.
Ramirez with a long look at Anthony Rizzo.
Yeah, I saw that. Rizzo never looked at him though.
Ramirez ended up on his backside at the end of last inning when Alcantara got into him on the turn.
Right fielder, number 20, Justin Rizzo.
Looked clean to me.
Yep. Well, I got in trouble the other day by uttering the name Matt Holliday with Cub fans, but that was kind of a Matt Holliday-like slide.
Yeah, you can go out and get that shortstop as long as you're close enough to reach second base.
All you have to do is be able to reach the bag. It's twice this week Rizzo has gone in hard, but I would say clean at second. inside 3-1.
Don Mattingly getting exactly what he wanted out of Ryu here tonight. Innings and quality innings. But there's his first walk.
Two out free pass to Ruggiano. Now they catch a Castillo.
Well, he's been victimized by two very good defensive plays by the Dodgers tonight. The middle infield. Gordon got him first time up, and then Ramirez last time. Might be a good idea to get one airborne. Exactly what I had in mind.
Gordon makes the grab, and the inning comes to an end this Saturday night in Southern California. North side fan photo, and we may show it in an upcoming broadcast. Brought to you by AT&T. Bill Madlock with a young Cub fan back in the day. There's Van Slyke.
Wada due to bat third in the top half of the seventh. He's at 86 pitches. It's a hot, steamy night. He has shown signs of vulnerability here the last couple innings. There's action in the Cub bullpen behind him. Love to get through this one and have a chance to be a winning pitcher if the Cubs could score for him in the top of the seventh. It's Carlos Villanueva.
Two and one. back. Chad Nip checking in. It says, seems Rizzo's been more assertive and confident this year. Is that fair to say? Yeah, I guess it's fair to say. I just know this. He's a tough guy. And as we've noted, Anthony's been hit by a lot of pitches because he stands really close to the plate. I was talking to him about it today. He said, I get hit by a lot of breaking balls because he rarely reacts. And we've seen some aggressive slides at second base. Yeah, he's not afraid. We had the dust up in Cincinnati where he wanted to take on Aroldis Chapman and company.
It's one of those chicken and egg conversations, right? Does confidence breed success or success breed confidence? And he's having a lot of success. So you're seeing a guy feeling really good about his game right now. And it shows in the way he's playing the game.
Hustled out into shallow centers. Lake will get to the spot. High grab for the out.
Last year, he went through some really tough stretches in the batter's box, and you could see it on his face. You could see the body language. You could see the frustration. He hasn't really gone through any really long droughts like that at all this year.
Well, I think the other thing, in baseball, it doesn't always work this way, and we've seen a lot of big, tall pitchers who don't use their height to their advantage. Anthony is a huge human being. Anyone who's met him or been around him in person knows he is a large man. But I guess he just uses his size to his advantage. Takes up a lot of the batter's box. Not afraid to take out a middle infielder, and I don't have any problem with it.
No, he's just playing the game the way he's supposed to play it. I mean, he will get pushback in the batter's box. He's already seeing that. I mean, the longer he's in the league and continues to do damage, he's going to get pushed back with inside stuff. It's just the nature of the sport.
Could not get Uribe to go fishing. So the question is that perspiration, or is he dumping a bucket of water over his head between innings? Because that jersey is soaked.
He's going perspiration. I imagine he's getting the ammonia water towel treatment in between innings draped over his head and neck. There's probably some water running off that. And thinking about Rizzo and his approach at the plate, and thinking about what happened with Paul Goldschmidt breaking his hand last night, I'd be tempted if I were Anthony to be proactive and purchase one of those pads. I remember Jeff Bagwell used to wear one because he had his hand broken a couple times.
Coughlin will pick it up. Uribe has a double.
Looked like a backdoor slider. That's been the down pitch. That's been the root of his problem tonight when he's gotten hit hard. It's been that pitch. 100 pitches now for Tsuyoshi. He threw 97 in 7 innings last time, 87 in 4 innings his previous start against San Diego. Really struggled with his command in that one.
0 for ball 2. Strike called. Fastball bottom part of the strike zone. Bouncer to Alcantara for the out. 2 away. Uribe now third.
Well, interesting decision here for Ricky Renteria. Well, he's not going to contemplate that. He's going to go ahead and make a pitching change.
So that's it for Tsuyoshi Wada. He leads trailing 2-1 in the 6th. Dodger Stadium debut, just his 4th start here in the big leagues, but he's been around a while, 33 years old, and certainly knows how to pitch.
I worked around a couple of base hits in the first inning, then he settled in, punched out 6. And he failed to execute some pitches with that slider here in the 4th and 5th, so he's given up some slugging, a home run, 3 doubles since the 4th. But all in all, a good night's work for Wada. And he'll watch and see if Villanueva can prevent that 3rd run from coming home. Carlos on for the 29th time, 4-6 with a 5.49. Much better out of the pen than as a starter. Last time in relief, 2 2/3 of scoreless baseball against the Rockies a few days back. Struck out 4 in that ball game.
Utara grounded out his first time up, intentionally walked in the 4th ahead of the pitcher Ryu. In the same spot as this with a runner at 3rd, but it was against a lefty. Villanueva's pitch popped up. It's Castillo to end the inning. Nice job by Villanueva. 2-1 Dodgers to the 7th. Astros, 7 o'clock for our pregame coverage on the CSN Plus. Cubs and the Rockies to start a 3-game series.
The 30th Annual Cubs Convention will take place at the Sheraton Chicago Hotel and Towers on January 16th, 17th, and 18th. Room blocks are now open and can be reserved by visiting CubsConvention.com or by calling 1-800-325-3535. Be sure to ask for the Cubs Convention rate. All reservations come with convention passes built into the hotel package. They'll be there.
Ryu into the 7th. The lake of fouls. Really got in on him. And Ramirez will throw him out. Sinker baller Brian Schlitter up in the Cubs bullpen. Good bunt. Ryu will not get there in time. No throw. Junior Lake is aboard.
Ryu had really pitched him well first 2 times up, striking him out. So
seen him do this a lot lately, have we?
Well, he's shown it a couple times, but it's a pretty good idea given the fact that he really struggled against Ryu those first 2 at bats.
Number 6, Ryan Sweeney.
Well, how about a couple of runs here and Villanueva gets a 1-pitch win? That'd work, huh?
That'd be kind of fun. I saw Larry Anderson get a 1-pitch win one time, and it was a wild pitch. Threw the ball to the backstop, covered home. They got the runner coming home, inning over. He ends up getting the W.
Sweeney had the go-ahead RBI in the 3rd last night. Had 2 hits, an RBI scored twice, and he bats 4. Villanueva.
Yeah, that bunt is a better play if there's somebody on the mound other than Ryu because of he's so hard to run against. And there are only left-handed bats on the bench available for Ricky Renteria.
One and one. Short lead by Lake. Off the end of the bat, that's going to carry all the way out to Crawford.
So I guess the question is, do you throw caution to the wind and try to steal this base anyway?
Well, I mean, I guess the baseball answer is if he's quick to the plate, too quick to the plate in the eyes of Eric Hinsky and Ricky Renteria, you don't send him.
Yeah, the math tells you not to send him. There may be a point where you just go, well, let's take a shot.
He's got to get a bigger lead if he's going to do it.
Yeah, and you'd want a guy with, I mean, he has good speed, but he doesn't have a lot of experience. So if you had an experienced base stealer who's willing to get a big aggressive lead, go on first move, force Turner to make a throw maybe that he's not used to making. First start at first base this year. We saw him on that double play attempt earlier, make an errant throw to second base, or an offline throw anyway.
Swing and a miss. 1-1 on Alcantara.
Yeah, that's been the issue for Alcantara, as I mentioned earlier. He's handled the fastball okay. The soft stuff he's really struggled with. Fastball the other way is second time up for a base hit to right.
Drives this ball out into right center, and it is off the wall. Lake around third. Relay by Gordon. Not in time. Alcantara comes through to tie the ball game.
Wow, what a big swing of the bat for Alcantara. His third hit tonight. For a little guy, the ball sure jumps off his bat when he gets extended.
It does.
Don't look, Junior, just run. Double, third on the throw. Down Mattingly out to the mound.
Get an opportunity to face Coughlin. J.P. Howell gets loose. Alcantara given a double and went to third on the throw. I was wondering, and I didn't really watch him. I was watching the play develop at home. That might have been three anyway. Bounce to first, back into play by Turner on the short hop. And Mattingly's decision to leave his starter in pays off. Stretch time 2-2 from LA.
5th annual Boy Scout night on Tuesday, August 12th. Cubs take on the Brewers. 7:05 first pitch. Boy Scouts and their families who purchase specially priced tickets through the Cubs special events page will participate in the postgame lap and receive a uniform patch. Tickets and available details are only available through Cubs.com/special events.
Here's Brian Schlitter in a 2-2 tie.
And at their 50 times, make it 51 now. 2 and 3, 364 for the sinker baller. We're going to go pinch hitter than the top, and it looks like Yasiel Puig will be the hitter to start the bottom half of the 7th. Yoshi Wada tonight, 5 2/3, 6 hits, 2 runs, 2 walks, one of which was intentional, 6 strikeouts, hit a man, gave up a home run. It'll be a no decision.
Ryu will get a win or a no decision. Only can qualify for a win if his team can give him the lead again. As Yasiel Puig will be announced as a pinch hitter.
Jam-packed ballpark tonight. These fans love this guy. But contrast his approach at the plate with Rizzo's. Anthony right on top of the plate. Puig well off of home plate. Get it in there.
They're going in. It was down. It was actually a really good pitch. Just not where Castillo wanted it, but they got the desired result. A foul ball to make it 0-2.
Schlitter, ground ball guy, and Puig hits the ball on the ground a lot. Because of his speed, he gets a fair number of infield hits. That's an interesting little move there. Whacking himself in the tricep with the barrel of the bat.
Ooh, held. That was exactly what Schlitter and Castillo wanted to do. And if he swings, he really can't make contact. And if he does, fouls it right off his ankle.
Yeah, that's borderline go there.
He could have called it.
He's so strong and he generates such bat speed. It's tough for him to check his swing.
Strong wrists. Hasn't done this a lot. Same thing. Ryan wishing he had gotten him on the previous pitch. Boy, this is a game of inches, and he just caught too much of the plate here.
Yeah, you see it's off the plate. They kind of consistently worked him in there. Puig looking in there, perhaps able to get to it. Watching him go down the line. He came out of the game last night. Didn't start tonight because of a bit of a tender hamstring. And he didn't go down the line in typical Puig fashion.
Yeah, that doesn't feel like a mistake as much as just a good hitter making good contact there. Kept it in the ballpark. That's the good news.
Yeah, and I think
will throw.
The biggest issue there, Brian doesn't have much of a plan B, especially for a hitter like Puig. You know, his slider is kind of just a show-me pitch. I don't think it's a pitch he feels comfortable using. against a dangerous hitter trying to put him away. So somewhat limited in that regard.
Gordon was going to square but didn't have time to. Schlitter kind of quick pitched him. 1 strike.
Well, unless we've been getting misinformation, I would be surprised to see Puig run.
Yeah, he left with a hamstring issue last night. A precautionary maneuver by Don Mattingly. And Ricky Renteria's coming out. And I wonder if he's going to challenge. And here's the play at the plate last night. Yeah, they're going to challenge. Ricky's going to challenge whether or not they got Puig. I thought that play was closer than everybody thought. So,
wow, this is interesting.
Yeah, he went back on his feet, and the Cubs think Rizzo got the tag in. We had 4 reviews last night, 3 managers' challenges and 1 crew chief-led review. If he tagged him, he's out. I don't know if the glove was on the knee or not. Rizzo saying,
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Can't see it there. He looks out. I just can't tell if the glove is on the leg. If it is, he's out. I think he's out. Out. Yep. Excellent challenge by the Cubs. Crowd booing, but they got it right. Well, that's a big play. Puig on to start the inning, but eliminated on the pickoff.
Yeah, two big plays there. Puig, in this ball game. That one there, Puig not going aggressively back into the base, and it's just a perfect throw by Schlitter. And then the other one back in the 5th with Gordon on base when Turner offered at the 1-0 pitch with Gordon on the move, fouled it off, and ended up hitting into a double play.
Castro's got to hurry. It goes under his glove. I don't think he gets him anyway with Gordon's speed. So Gordon is on.
Yeah, Gordon's speed forces you to do things out of the ordinary rhythm of the game. And first we're going to see Brian Schlitter try to make the most incredible hacky sack play. And then Castro, he knows he can't leave his feet and still make a play on Gordon. So he stays upright, can't glove it, and Gordon gets himself a base hit.
One last look. Watch the glove right there. It's on. Foot's not even close to the base. The psychology of replay is really interesting. That's the one part of this we haven't really gotten into. And the idea of a call being reversed. We've seen players just kind of sit there, stand there befuddled. Because you know they want to argue, but they realize that they can't. You were brought up in this game to know that you argue bad calls.
Right,
but there's a point, and Puig was just kind of like, I'm out? Really?
The challenge has replaced the argument.
Yeah, so it almost looked like Adrian Gonzalez was explaining to him why they called him out. Yeah, they tag you before you touch the base, but we've seen a lot of that this year, where there's not really an argument, but more of a pause and a reflection. And in years past, that play we wouldn't have even
thought twice about it. Nobody would have argued it. Don Mattingly perhaps arguing for a balk. If you had a balk move, this would be the time to use it. Talk so much about the impact of a base stealer and how it's so important to maintain your focus on the hitter, but this is one instance where having a lot of your focus on the base runner makes perfect sense. Best base stealer in the league, tie game, bottom of the 7th. He demands a lot of attention. Come set, hold it maybe a little longer. Ooh, and a quality pitch. Didn't get the call. That's a good pitch. It's not even borderline.
Center cut.
Yep.
Well, that's the other thing. We have replay for everything but that.
Could you imagine how long games would last?
Yes, I can. I couldn't imagine all the reviews we've seen in this series a year ago, but it's here.
Yeah,
what if you got one per game?
I don't think I'd ever be in favor of replaying.
What about one pitch per game?
I'd be more inclined to buy into an electronic umpire for balls if I could be convinced that they had
that's accurate.
The science right. Yeah, like tennis, in or out.
Well, maybe if we gave each manager one replay per game, and it could be a ball or a strike or a play at first or whatever, just one. That's it. Talk about strategy. Pitcher in the first inning be yelling at his manager.
Yeah.
Challenge it. There was a strike. Yeah, but it's the first batter of the game.
Managers wouldn't want that headache.
No.
Hey, you challenged for so-and-so. Why wouldn't you challenge when I was out there?
1-2 to Turner. Inside. Well, A.J. Burnett got tossed tonight. Pitching for the Phillies in Washington. The home plate umpire is Chris Guccione. I guess Burnett admitted that he intentionally threw an outside pitch to show the home plate umpire what an outside pitch was. Wow. He's facing Jason Worth.
So he felt like he was getting squeezed on the outside corner, so he threw it way off and said, that's an outside pitch.
Yeah. Umpires don't like that. But maybe he threw a pitch like Schlitter just did, right down the middle, and didn't get the call.
Maybe. Tony Randazzo back there tonight. Actually, that's really the first one that, it's really grabbed my attention. Pretty solid back there. As has Schlitter. Schlitter doing a real nice job in this sequence, keeping Gordon out of rhythm at first base and still making quality pitches to Turner.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3.
Some good multitasking there. Holding Gordon and ultimately finishing off Turner 95 miles an hour. Didn't really hit his spot this time, but had enough juice on it to get it by him. Action in, hard stuff in with movement. Been the plan against Hanley. Let's see if he cheats and tries to open up on one.
2-2 tie here in the 7th, and a strike to Ramirez.
And this is interesting. They've completely shut D. Gordon down here. I got to believe he's going to go at some point in this sequence. There's the slider. Maybe the first one he's thrown.
This might be the longest D. Gordon has been on base all year and hasn't run, or at least tried to.
Real good work by Schlitter that time, holding it a good long while. I'm surprised that Ramirez didn't call timeout. We're going to challenge this one too.
That was close. Not hit very hard. Alcantara will make the play as Gordon trying to screen him, and the inning is over. They work around that leadoff single. Big pickoff. It's 2-2.
A two-button style baseball game you've been missing. Visit RBIGame.com for more details and download today on your console and mobile device.
7th inning. Junior Lake with a terrific bunt to get on with 1 out, and then with 2 gone, Alcantara doubling off the wall in right center to send Lake all the way to the plate and tie the ball game.
And nice to have a leadoff hitter with that kind of pop that can deliver an extra base hit like Alcantara did. And what great work by Schlitter there in the bottom half of the inning with D. Gordon on base. Shut him down and get Turner and Ramirez as well. There's Brandon League, 2-2 with a 197. This guy is a ground ball machine. Let's take a look at that one throw.
I think he was out.
Yeah, my best guess would be out too. It's a tough call for David Rackley over there at first base. Tough to see exactly when that tag was applied. Sinkers, splitters, mostly from League, but a lot of sinking fastballs.
Slings it up there, and there's the sinker at 93, well off the plate outside. For ball one to Rizzo.
45 2/3 innings of work for League. He has not allowed a home run yet.
Gave up 8 last year in just over 54 innings. Big time struggle for him. 530 earned run average 2013.
Been around a long time now. Broke in 2004 with the Blue Jays. There's 3 appearances that year, but was with the Jays through 2009, then 3 years in Seattle.
Rolled into right on the splitter. So Rizzo goes down to get it. Second straight hit.
Shortstop number 13, Starlin Castro.
You got to work that lower body to go down. And when you face a guy like League, you just set your eyes down. Everything's going to be down, down, down.
It's interesting. The Dodgers did not overshift to the pull side against Rizzo with 3 guys on that side like most other teams do.
Yeah, I haven't noticed them doing much of that at all last night and tonight. This might be a bunt situation for Castro just because of the ground ball tendencies of League. I mean, you hate to take the bat out of his hands. 3 hits last night, 2 so far here tonight. He's your cleanup hitter. It's a tough call. I mean, I'm not a big fan of the sacrifice bunt. Maybe get in the right count, play a little hit and run.
Robinson Cano, big 3-run homer for the Mariners in their 6-3 win at Baltimore tonight. Game in Washington, the Nationals blew out the Phillies 11-0. Jordan Zimmerman over Burnett.
Got that one up. Nationals in Atlanta, basically treading water here, both 4 and 6 over the last 10 days. The Nationals maintaining a 1.5 game lead over Atlanta.
Kemp in center, or rather Van Slyke in center makes a catch.
Right fielder number 20, Justin Ruggiano.
We'll bring up Ruggiano. So used to Matt Kemp being their center fielder, but he's in right.
Braves and Padres are tied 2-2. Bottom of the 8th in San Diego. Padres have been scoring runs lately.
They have. Tommy Medica has been red hot.
Padres lead the National League in runs scored since the All-Star break. 71 runs in 14 games.
That makes a lot of sense.
Isn't that crazy?
fly to center. Van Slyke moves back to first, 2 outs.
Catcher number 5, Wellington Castillo.
Not that you're going to get second base there, but that's probably one where it make more sense to tag up on once you get a sense of the height of that ball and know that Van Slyke's going to settle under it. Tag up, come hard off the base, hope for a little misplay and bobble on the throw back in. Maybe you can advance. Highly unlikely.
Indians shut out Texas 2-0 in Cleveland. Rangers have lost 18 of 21 on the road, and they have the worst record in the majors, 43-67. Rizzo holds. Indians unveiled a statue of Jim Thome. Signed a 1-day contract. Retired as an Indian. He and Bob Feller, the only 2 former Cleveland Indian players, have statues in their honor at Progressive Field.
Pedro Serrano never got one?
No, as far as I know. Ricky Vaughn. Roger Dorn.
I think Dorn, maybe Vaughn, a little sketchy history there.
Those are the only 3 names I can remember.
Willie Mays Hayes.
Yeah, oh, yeah, good call. Clu Hayward, he was a Yankee.
Pete Vukovich, yeah. Anthony Rizzo probably could have tried to get second base on that ball in the dirt. He just didn't anticipate it. That's certainly something you should anticipate with Brandon League on the mound, because he throws so many pitches down below the knees with sinking action.
The 3-1 on the way. Apparently low, maybe in, as Castillo takes the walk. And he's still alive. It will not be Chris Valaika. Luis Valbuena will hit for him. Tough one to lay off, but it was the right decision.
Well, let's see what Brandon League has done against left-handed hitters. I would assume pretty good. No, not 296 they're hitting against him.
Attention please for the Cubs. Pinch hitting for number 24, Luis Valbuena.
Powell was up earlier, a left-hander. Paco Rodriguez has just been recalled, a lefty, to replace Paul Maholm, who went on the DL, injured in the ball game last night. And here comes Don Mattingly.
Two in the 8th. We'll be back. J.P. Howell. Look at the hits. 19 in 37 and a third.
Yeah, and not overpowering guy. Sinkers and sliders. Mid-80s. Real good movement. Not as extreme a ground ball pitcher this year as League, but still, that's his game. Left-handed hitters hitting $156 there, as you saw against him. He too has not yet surrendered a home run ball this year.
First and second. 2 outs. Sliders high.
Home run RBI single for Valbuena last night. A lot of good games in the last week or 10 days.
Howell has not had as many innings as appearances since 2008. Swing and a miss. Long look at Rizzo, and time called at the plate. A 1-1 is bounced foul. Buena's starting to heat up. He had a dry spell recently. Big home run he hit the other night against the Rockies. Tied the ball game.
He's hung in there well against left-handed pitching. Power number's not there. Doesn't need power right here. Base hit might get the job done. The Dodgers have shortened up in the outfield with an eye towards making a play on Rizzo.
Buena homered last night. We need a homer here. Solid base hit to the outfield will probably give the Cubs the lead. 1-2. He went. And the inning is over. Still tied at 2 in the 8th. Balbuena stays in after batting for Valleca.
Strop will work to the 4, 5, 6 hitters here in the bottom half of the 8th. He does so with a 1-4 record and a 258 earned run average. He's been hard to hit. Just a .180. He does give up more walks than you'd like, but he does strike out way more than league average. When you do that, you can live with some walks.
Kemp 1 for 3 with a go-ahead 2-run homer. Cubs tied it on an Alcantara double in the 7th that scored late. .96 and inside.
Kemp has very good power to the middle of the diamond. Center, right center. Hit his home run tonight. Left center. He drives a lot of fastballs into the right center alley.
Deep breath by Pedro as he gets a sign from Castillo. Like the slider. I saw 3 painted fingernails. It was up, but he's going to get the out.
Above the happy zone. Bad enough to be effective. Backed up, stayed up. Kemp back on his heels, flipping it the other way.
There's Andre Ethier for Van Slyke. Nothing in 2 on Ethier. Right now he's the odd man out. As we mentioned, that can change. Puig out of the lineup. The hamstring issue. Ethier not in the lineup tonight against the lefty as he comes in late and strikes out. We're 1 for Strop, 2 down here in the Dodger 8th.
Good pitches him and a good slider. Good tight action on this slider, well down below the knees, finishing off Ethier. As you saw, has been really good in the pinch in his career with 4 out of 11 this year prior to that at bat.
Uribe 1 for 3 with a double. Boy, the slider just fell off the table. Pounded on the ground, foul.
Strop just wild enough to give the hitters an uncomfortable at bat. Nobody really settles in against Pedro.
Down along the left field line. And it drops. Valbuena got near it. But that's it.
Castro in the neighborhood as well. There goes that guy. A little bit better angle for Castro. But Valbuena appeared to be fully committed.
Swing and a miss on the slider. Strop. Goes 1-2-3 with a couple of strikeouts and pumped up 2-2.
I don't believe I did.
No, me neither. But they shot a lot of scenes in that tunnel. 2nd Street Tunnel here in L.A.
Drive really fast in there.
According to Wikipedia, 73 car ads were filmed in that tunnel between 2006 and 2008, over 2 per month.
It's got to be a little annoying if that's part of your commute. Maybe that's why they let them drive so fast when it's open.
Kenley Jansen.
Well, here we go. Top of the 9th.
He's kind of in the vein of Mariano Rivera. With the cutter.
Yep. Throws a little harder than Mariano. But he has become pretty much 90% cutters. Every now and then he'll get on top of one, throw more of a slider. He'll throw the occasional 4-seam fastball.
Cut and a miss by Lake.
Junior got it started in the 7th with a bunt single. That time he had bigger ideas.
Strike called.
.6'5", 260. Kenley Jansen, former catcher.
Rondon and right. Jansen's from Curacao. Here's a pitch.
Whoa,
wow, the ball just took off. Not a safe spot. He's trying to save a tie, but pretty good race in the National League in terms of save leaders. Career ERA of 2.30. Save totals have gone up every year of his career. This is his 5th at this level.
Arm is fresh tonight, boy. A lot of giddy up. 96 miles an hour with that one. Last time out, he blew the save chance against Atlanta. It's 3 days ago.
Lake strikes out a lot, and Jansen strikes out a lot of guys. So right now you're just trying to hopefully make some contact.
Yeah, but the good news for Junior is this guy doesn't throw slow breaking balls below the knees.
Right. And he does make contact. He dunks it into right. How about that? Jansen's career strikeout percentage is over 39%. He can't get a free swinger here.
Yeah, he tries the slider. Not a whole lot different than his cut fastball. Nice night for Junior. After a tough start, a couple of strikeouts first 2 times. Bunt single and leadoff knock here in the 9th.
Here's Nate Scherholtz off the bench.
Jansen has struck out a little better than 37% of the batters he's faced. That's 10th best in Major League Baseball.
Bunted foul by Scherholtz.
Leading the way is Aroldis Chapman with an otherworldly 53% strikeout rate. Treating major league hitters like that puny 9-year-old in Little League who never gets any playing time.
Remember the other night against the Rockies, 1st and 2nd, nobody out. And the Cubs decided not to bunt with Scherholtz, mainly because Castillo was the runner at 2nd. But tonight it's Lake. He's got good wheels at 1st, so a little bit of a different spot, and you got the top of the order coming up. $53,354, the largest crowd of the year in all of baseball, except for opening day here at Dodger Stadium. Long pause before the pitch. Pops this one up. Jansen makes a catch. Lake back to 1st.
Situation there where if you're committed to the bunt, you might have been better off sending Travis Wood up there. For a couple different reasons. One, he's probably got a better chance of getting the bunt down, and 2, it saves you a position player.
Big night for Double-A Arizmendi Alcantara.
Step out, yeah. Johnson doing his part to try to hold Junior Lake, try to deaden the legs a little bit, hold that ball a long time, upset the timing of the base runner. Seems like it would take a while for the big guy to get the ball to home plate. Drew Butera, the catcher for the Dodgers tonight, throws quite well. 32% have been caught by Butera. That's well above average.
Two minutes between pitches, basically, as Jansen has
he's taking his time, isn't he?
Really slowed it down.
I got looking at the 1932 Cubs day by day for some silly reason. I guess it was because on this day in history, Rogers Hornsby was fired as manager of the Cubs and replaced by Charlie Grimm. And as you know, the Cubs went to the World Series that year. So I said, how did they fire this guy so late in the year? And, they did play much better under Grimm. But I got looking at their day by day, and almost every game, an hour 58, 2 hours 4 minutes.
Lined to Crawford, who had to really battle the lights. He was fighting it the whole way, and he was able to make the play.
Boy, another good swing for Alcantara. Last time the double came from the right side of the plate. This time a line drive as a left-handed hitter, and Crawford battling those lights, able to secure the ball.
Alcantara locked in. Here's Coghlan. Ninth inning, 2 outs, 2-2 tie. Did you see McCutcheon got hit tonight? They threw at him.
Oh no, I did not.
Well, the Goldschmidt injury was a hit by pitch.
I figured the D-backs were pretty upset.
Turner will step on the bag, and the inning is over. We go to the bottom of the ninth. It's 2-2. Five, including last night's series opener. And Wesley Wright will face his original organization.
Right, 0-2, 284, 41st appearance. That's right. Wesley originally signed with the Dodgers. Was then a Rule 5 draft pick of the Astros. That's where he established himself as a big leaguer. Moved on to Tampa last year in a trade and now finds himself in a Cub uniform. Got a left-handed hitter leading things off here in Carl Crawford.
So just to follow up, as we get into the bottom of the ninth, between innings, we looked at McCutchen got drilled right in the middle of the back by Randall Delgado on a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Delgado immediately tossed. McCutchen really upset. It's interesting that, you know, the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers had all those issues last year. There have been questions about Kurt Gibson wanting his pitchers to stand up for his hitters a little bit, and now Tony La Russa is running their baseball department, and that's kind of right out of Tony's playbook. Regardless of intent, you hit us, we hit you.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. A reputation of being a pretty chippy group over there.
So here's Crawford to lead it off against the lefty right. Fastball away, 1-1. DeQuam Wesley Wright. 5'11", 185.
Soaking wet.
29 years old. In the big leagues since 2008. Hard hit grounder to Alcantara at second. One away.
Catcher, number 31, Drew Butera.
Oh, 2 swing and a miss, strike 3.
Seven consecutive Dodgers retired here. Stroke really good in his inning. Couple of punch outs. Butera chasing the high heater.
Miguel Rojas, backup infielder, fouls. I think if anybody was affected by or possibly could be affected by the Darwin Barney acquisition, it would be Rojas, who has played short, second, and third. Barney at AAA right now, but might end up here in the big leagues soon. Inside for a ball, 1-1. June Lockhart. I did not see her earlier.
Yeah, 89 years old.
89
years
great.
old.
She was in the press box?
Yeah, she was up top here. Chatting up Vin a little bit.
Low and outside on a fastball, 2-1.
Probably Mrs. Robinson on Lost in Space. We're doomed. It's my Dr. Smith impersonation.
Shallow right, Ruggiano's got it, and we will go to extra innings. It's a 2-2 tie after 9. Beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Third time in the last, 5 days? Since Tuesday, we've gone to extras. 16 innings and a 4-3 Cubs win Tuesday night. 10 the following evening in a 6-4 loss. And we start the 10th tonight with Brian Wilson on the mound.
Saw Wilson for an inning in the ball game last night. Allowed to hit no runs, had a couple of strikeouts.
Ball one to Anthony Rizzo.
Change or splitter he started him with, not sure. Doesn't have the velocity he had 3 or 4 years ago. That's a slider, home run swing, but well placed slider by Wilson. I like the target Gutierrez gives. Very steady back there.
Shank foul, 2-2.
Wilson originally a 24th round pick of the Giants back in 2003.
Yeah, with a name like his and the fact he's a very free spirit, that would be an understatement. You'd think he's a California guy, but he's actually from New Hampshire. And he went to LSU.
Is that growing out of the back of his head, or is it just stuck on there?
Is that a serious question?
No.
Swing and a miss. And a good sinker.
Everything down with movement.
Number 13, Starlin Castro.
We've got to be patient with Wilson because he doesn't have the fastball he once had. He has to be a little more patient. He can't just attack the middle of the strike zone. So you have to be patient against him. He's walked a lot of guys this year.
Curveball hit foul. Look out, young man.
Easy now. Whoop.
Now to stay off the field.
Adrenaline got the best of him. Check out those eyes.
Crowd chanting, "Let him stay." The fan in the front row, and I think they might. A stern warning, don't do it again. I think that's the right call. Security saying you can't go on the field. Tight slider for strike 1 and 2.
Yeah, I think his defense was, I wasn't trying to go on the field, I fell.
Yeah.
Lean in, my momentum carried me over.
Right there, though.
Well, you know, once the ball's loose, you got to get on that thing. That's a change of possession. That's a big turnover there. Is it raining?
I thought I saw a couple. Yes, yeah. I saw a couple of droplets. Don't see that very often here. Wilson ready with a 2-2, swing and a miss. Back-to-back Ks to start the 10th.
Yeah, you can preach patience, but it's hard to be patient. Once you get into these late game and extra inning situations, guys want to do something big, tendency to perhaps get a little overly aggressive. Wilson got away with one there.
Yeah, he did. That looked like a good pitch for Castro to swing for the fences. Just missed it. Giano down to a knee on that whiff. 0-1. They're in extras in San Diego. Braves and the Padres 2-2 in the 11th. Justin late on that cut. 0-2. Strikes out the side. Bottom of the 10th in the rain. 2-2. That's the airport.
Where the big jet engines roar. It's raining more steadily now.
As we play on in the bottom of the 10th.
Oh, it's a trend. They're in the 11th down in San Diego. 2-2 Padres Braves.
Brian Gorman, the crew chief, just went over and chatted with Rick Renteria, maybe giving him the landscape here in terms of whether we might be close to some sort of delay. Where's the tarp, by the way?
I know, it's funny. Yeah, I've never seen it rolled out here. Maybe they don't have one.
I think they have one.
They have to have one.
I guess it's out in center field. D. Gordon takes a strike from right. Second inning of work for the lefty. Gordon, Turner, Ramirez due. Kick, the pitch, bunted foul. 0-2. Ryan Wilson just struck out the side in the top of this inning. Only Dodger runs have come on a home run by Matt Kemp. The Cubs got one in the first, another in the 7th. Quickly got ahead 0-2. Now it's 2-2. Goes without saying, this is a key guy here in the 10th inning. Leadoff hitter with all of his speed. Castro. Oh boy, that was close. He got him.
Now Castro was in a step or two from where he normally would be, and you have to do that against a guy with D. Gordon speed. For just that reason, he chops one on the ground. You have to be able to come and get it. You can just tell by watch the footwork of Castro here, the sense of urgency he has. He stops and no, I can't wait. I got to go get it. Kind of stops and then restarts.
Joe Wright faced 4 and retired all of them. 2-2 in the bottom of the 10th. We'll be back.
Yeah, he's been really good lately. That's 3 or 4 appearances. Not just results, but the quality of his pitches. I was talking with Ricky Renteria about that this afternoon when he first got to the ballpark. Yeah, they've asked him to just kind of slow things down a little bit. Trust the stuff a little bit more. There's a tendency to try to reach back for a little something extra, whether it's to gain a little velocity or snap off the perfect breaking ball. And when you do that as a pitcher, the tendency is to make mistakes. You either miss your location or you bounce the breaking pitch. He's got the kind of breaking ball where he can throw it in the zone more frequently than others. A lot of guys, they have to throw that strike to ball curveball. He has such good action on his when he's right. He can throw it in the zone and get a lot of called strikes and then bury it down and away for a swing and miss.
Raining even harder as he works to Turner. And swinging a foul pop back to the seats.
Last rain out here, April of 2000. I don't know if we've had any rain delays this year or not. Unlikely, huh?
I would say unlikely.
Yeah, good pitch. Didn't get the call. Maybe a little off the outside corner. Nope. Borderline. That's what I'm talking about.
1-2. Another one out of play. Big group of fans watching back home at Club 400 rooting on the Cubs tonight. Slider miss, 2-2. Hanley Ramirez is on deck. He's reached 3 out of 4 times, 2 hits and a walk. Slightly open stance by Turner. Room from the stretch. Breaking ball shot into right for a base hit. Ruggiano's got to play that one conservatively with the slick grass. If he slips or doesn't make the catch, that ball gets by him. Turner's standing at third.
Yeah, and the win probability for the Dodgers would have got up to about 95%. You can't gamble.
Now Ramirez. Bottom of the 10th. 1 on, 1 out. Rizzo holding on Turner. And inside on Ramirez. Scott King watching our broadcast, rooting on the Cubs in his basement. Said the kids are playing Rock Band upstairs.
Turner not a base stealer.
Back 1-1. Back here tomorrow, late afternoon, back in Chicago. Josh Beckett for the Dodgers, Edwin Jackson for the Cubs. One to Ramirez, the pitch. That's foul.
This series with the Cubs, the only one the Dodgers will play against a team below 500 from the start of the second half until the middle of August.
Yeah, the Cubs' August schedule pretty tough as well. Cubs right now, you look at their final 38 games, all against teams that are currently over 500. They'll have a lot to say about the NL Central race down the stretch. Ramirez is out. Less than 2 outs. The runner at first, the batter cannot reach. But Turner is at second on the wild pitch, so that's a winning run there with 2 gone.
Buries that breaking ball, and Hanley was in swing mode. It's a tough one to keep in front of you if you're Castillo, and Turner had a good aggressive secondary lead, so even if Castillo was able to keep that ball relatively close, Turner probably gets the scoring position.
You've got Kemp with a base open. You've got Ethier on deck.
Kemp's been red hot. Ethier has the advantage of being a left-handed hitter.
Grimm trying to get us to the 11th. 2-2. Winning run at second. To the plate. Inside. I wish I knew how this field took on water, but I have no idea. Looks okay right now, but as we've said throughout, they just don't get a lot of rain here.
Base open, no need to give in here.
Two 2-0. Curve strike.
Good hook to get back in the count.
This crowd has gotten really loud in the rain.
Yeah, well, they're enjoying it. They need water out here.
They're rowdy. Going in. And he missed. 3-1.
Kemp homered on a breaking ball from Wada in the 4th, but different arsenal altogether. The lefty Wada, the finesse guy, and the power right-hander here in Grimm. In the 5th inning with a man in scoring position, Kemp took a couple wild swings at changeups out of the zone. He showed a willingness to chase in an RBI situation.
Strike called. 3-2.
Two pretty good pitches there, the 2-0 and then 3-1 curveballs. Finding the strike zone to now run the count full.
Kemp not happy, but I think part of him probably wants to have a shot here to swing the bat. Ethier again is on deck. 3-2 to Kemp. Grimm coming home. Ground ball sharply hit. Castro picks. We'll go to the 11th. 2-2 from LA. There's Jamie Wright, couple of strikeouts, a scoreless inning on 15 pitches last night. That was the 9th inning. And a Cubs blowout victory. A little different story tonight. We're in the 11th, tied.
Wright's been around a good long while. Still throws well. Sinkers, curveball.
Tim Wallach, the bench coach, along with Don Mattingly. Clayton Kershaw trying to help out. Adrian Gonzalez wondering where he fits in possibly down the road here in extras. Mentioned last night, Wright was a starter early on in his career. He actually got his first save. This is not a safe spot. In his 500th career appearance while with Seattle back in 2011. Pitched in the postseason with the Rays last year.
He's one of those guys, if you don't pay attention, you forget he's still playing. Then you see him pop up on a roster, go, oh, he's still pitching. Right. A little cutter to get started at 88. A wee bit high.
Bobby Messer's up late in West Virginia, hoping the Cubs can pull this one out.
West by God, Virginia.
2-0 on Welly.
Setting dead red here.
Inside 3-0.
That's a tough pitch to execute there. You saw Butera set up over the outside corner. He has such good sinking action, natural arm side run, and sometimes you try to drive that ball away to a right-handed hitter, you fly open and you get even more run in on the righty.
Ball 4. That's a leadoff walk. Travis Wood's got batting gloves on in the dugout. I think he's waiting to see if Ricky Renteria might use him as a pinch runner.
Might have to use him as a pinch hitter. John Baker could probably give an inning or two in relief tonight.
Sure, it's already been broached. Got one win this week, which reminds me, left fielder Charlie White pitched 3 scoreless innings for Boise last night and got the win. They were short on pitching. They won 11-10 over Vancouver. 5 straight misses by Wright.
Yeah, Butera. He was coming out of his crouch as he caught that pitch, springing out there to chat with a veteran right-hander. Rockies, Brewers, Cardinals, Royals, back to the Rockies, Giants for a year, Rangers for a couple.
Who hasn't he pitched for?
AAA with the Athletics. He's been an Indian, a Mariner, a Dodger, a Ray, and a Dodger again. Got almost half of them covered.
Dotel has the record, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah,
set the record.
Looks like 11 different big league clubs for Wright.
Ron Vallone, was up there like around 12.
Yeah, Mike Morgan. I think you're right. I think Dotel passed them all.
1-1 to Valbuena. Ooh, healthy cut. And fouled. Uh, 13 teams for Dotel, I believe. Is he pitching anywhere this year?
I don't believe so.
Driven to left. Crawford's got some room. And he makes the grab, and Castillo has to head back to first. Not saying Travis Wood was able to get to second there, but it would have been nice to have some speed at first. It would have been a possible tag situation. Can't really do it with Castillo. Now Junior Lake, he's had a good night. He struck out his first 2 times, but then a bunt single leading to the tying run in the 7th inning and a leadoff single in the 9th.
And if you recall the 16-inning game, Baker came out on deck in that ball game, but was just being used as a decoy. He was ultimately called back, and Travis took the at-bat.
Baker's on deck.
Or no, that was Arrieta that took that at bat. Right?
Yeah. Baker's on deck as we speak. Here's a pitch. One ball, no strikes on Lake. Wright having a lot of trouble locating that sinker here in the 11th.
To me, it seems like every time he tries to throw it away to a right-handed hitter, he flies open and it runs way in. He probably would be better off just shooting for the middle of the strike zone and just throw it down around the knees with that sinking action.
The Braves just loaded the bases with nobody out and did not score in the 12th. Evan Gaddis bounced into a big double play, 5-2-3. Bounced foul by Lake. What are your chances of getting a run when the bases are loaded? 87, 88%.
Yeah. Junior with 2 hits tonight, his first multi-hit game since June 10th. Is that possible? Let's go through this game log. It appears to be true. Last 3-hit game, May 21st against the Yankees.
Popped up. This is going to drift into foul territory. Turner underneath. Here's Baker. He's played a lot of roles this week, hasn't he? Catcher, winning pitcher, and tonight pinch hitter. Not only did he win the game Tuesday night, he scored the winning run on the Astros sacrifice fly.
Yeah, that was, for me, that was the moment of the year. You know, the fact that he came in and pitched a scoreless inning and then scored the winning run.
Well, you know, the president and vice president, they don't travel together for obvious reasons. You got 2 catchers involved here. One's a base runner, the other one's a hitter. I'd like to think the odds of them getting injured on the same play are infinitesimal. Usually the manager will hold that backup catcher as long as he can. As a just-in-case measure. Crawford backpedaling, and he makes a catch. So Baker hits it hard, but for an out. Still tied at 2 in the 11th.
Attention, please. Now pitching for the Cubs, number 50, Blake Parker.
Options dwindling in the Cubs bullpen. Now it's Blake Parker's turn. 9th appearance at the big league level. 1-0 with a .506. He was out there last night. Finished the ball game. He worked the 9th in 1-2-3 fashion. Had a strikeout.
I'm not quite sure what that's accomplishing, but the very, very top of his head is dry.
You got on our broadcast.
Well, there you go.
Strop, Villanueva, Grimm, Wright, Schlitter have all been used. Russin remains. Rondon remains.
By the way, we're told the grounds crew, they were partying over in Santa Monica, so they're on their way.
Yeah, they're like the Maytag repairmen, right? The grounds crew here in L.A.
We'll be there within 2 hours.
They just show up every day, look out at the field. Yeah, looks good.
Looks good. I'll see you tomorrow.
See ya.
Well, the rain has not let up. Field is in pretty good shape at this point.
He came out through a little of that diamond dry down on the mound at home plate over at first base.
One strike to Andre Ethier. Here's the pitch. 2 strikes.
Strope made quick work of Ethier in the 8th. Parker threatening to do the same here in the 11th. Wanted to.
Good curveball. 1-2. Happy birthday to Ashley Winters, Cedar Lake, Indiana. Kent Skiles tuning in from Arkansas. Just past midnight there. Jeff Kuehl said he had to battle 6-month-old twins and his wife to stay up and watch this one tonight. I imagine the twins will be up soon.
Yeah, might as well stay up.
Jason Turner checking in. No, JD said Russin, not Russell. James Russell now in Atlanta. Chris Russin. Another left-hander is in the Cubs bullpen tonight.
Now Russell, he might
tonight?
be up. They're in extra innings down there at San Diego. Let's take a look. They're in the 12th now, bottom of the 12th in San Diego. And yes, James worked 2/3 of an inning tonight.
Bonifacio pinch hitting and playing second tonight, 1 for 1. 1-2. Chopper foul. Cubs have spent probably more time at the ballpark this week than anybody in baseball. We mentioned 16 innings, 6 hours, 27 minutes Tuesday. Extras again Wednesday, and we're in the 11th here on Saturday night. The pitch.
Spoiled a good one.
Oh boy.
Got a piece of Randazzo.
Yeah.
Justin Masterson made his Cardinal debut tonight. He got the win despite allowing 5 earned runs in 6 innings of work.
Okay.
Cardinals got to Kyle Loesch in a big way. 9 runs, 7 earned in 4 innings for the Cardinals off of Loesch. So Masterson a winner. Rosenthal with a save. 9-7 final. Cardinals beating the Brewers.
Swing and a miss. Like a split.
So far, the Cubs bullpen has been outstanding. Have not walked a man.
Uribe doubled and was stranded at third back in the sixth. There was a 1-out two-bagger. In for a ball. We saw Puig off the bench in the seventh. He reached on a single but then picked off. Originally called safe at first, but then Ricky Renteria challenged it, and on review he was called out. His pitching staff's done a nice job in this series. Dodgers have scored 4 times. That's it. In the air down the left field line. Coughlin racing over. He's got it.
Whoa, whoa.
Look out. Almost toppled over that barrier. That ball was caught, by the way, in fair territory. Nicely done.
Yeah.
He's all right.
The security guard's trying to get out of harm's way, but didn't go far enough. Now, it's kind of awkward. The height of that wall is really awkward.
Careful with that folding chair. Maybe because it's late. But, you know, he's from Houston, right? And then I think about the Crawford boxes, and I'm thinking, what are those named after?
The street outside.
The street.
Crawford
Okay.
Street.
I was going to say, Carl could tell people, you know, they named that section after me.
To me, they were trying to entice me. They thought if they named them the Crawford boxes, when I became a free agent, I'd come back home and play left field. But no.
Remember Damian Jackson breaking his bat, hitting a grand slam into the Crawford boxes? Think about that park. We haven't been there in a couple of years. Left field's a good home run area, but after that, left, center, right, not quite as easy.
Yeah, ultimately, fairly neutral park.
Yeah.
And it does yield a fair number of cheap home runs to left, but you see guys hit some of their best bullets to straightaway center field that get run down or roll up on the hill there for extra bases. And that's where a guy like Crawford can really dazzle with his speed. He was recruited to play football at Nebraska. He's an outstanding basketball player as well. Heck of a track man. He could do it all. An option quarterback.
Strike 3 called, and the inning is over. Parker 1-2-3. Continues to rain. We continue to play into the 12th now. 2-2. we get to the 12th. Jamie Wright continues on. Padres to Craig Kimbrell in the 12th and beat them 3-2. A rough trip out west for the Braves.
That's right. They were just swept here.
Will Venable, game-ending RBI single. So that one's over. This is the only game left still in progress. Second inning for Jamie Wright. And a strike on Alcantara.
Well, if you're looking for a guy to do something heroic for the Cubs tonight, Alcantara might be your guy. He's already delivered the game tying hit. He got 3 hits. He hit a bullet to left for an out last time.
Three and one.
Wright walked Castillo leading off the 11th. Got the next 3 in order, so he got away with it. It's a tough way to make a living, though. Walking the leadoff man, extra inning ball game. Combined, there have been 23 strikeouts in this ball game and just 5 walks.
Full count, 3-2. The pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 3. First punch out for Wright. Bring up Coughlin, who doubled and scored in the first. 0 for 4 since. Strike 1. Ground ball, and it gets under Uribe, who had to leave his feet, and into left. The base hit for Coughlin. Starting to see the dirt with a little shine on it there behind third. We might be an inning or so away from some sort of delay.
That ball not sharply hit. Uribe a little late to react, and it's just a play as a third baseman you don't anticipate with a left-handed hitter up there. Rarely do they hit the ball on the ground to that side. To me, like he actually overplayed it a little bit. Been a little bit since Rizzo hit one out of the ballpark.
It has. He's now trailing Giancarlo Stanton for the National League home run lead.
Early in the homestand against San Diego, I believe the last time Anthony hit a home run. July 22nd. That's probably not going to get out of here.
No. Uribe in foul territory, 2 down.
Shortstop number 13, Starling Castro.
Dodger dugout trying to get Carl Crawford's attention out in left field to back him up a little bit, and he's not looking in. Peanut Bundy there to the right of Don Mattingly. Waving frantically, finally stepping out on the field to get Crawford's attention, push him back a few steps into no doubles deployment.
Well, the long guy tonight's Chris Russin. Villanueva, obviously one pitch and done. I don't think Ricky would have used him in that manner if he didn't have a guy who could take up multiple innings later.
Oof.
1-1.
Cement mixer. Pulled off it a little bit. To me, watching right pitch, the sinker curveball much better pitches than the slider. Sinker, comma, curveball. There's no such pitch as the sinker curveball.
I think someone should invent it, though.
I played with a guy in a summer league once. Said he had a backup ball, kind of like Bugs Bunny. Got partway to home plate, stopped, and then went again.
Ground ball through for a base hit. Go ahead, run now in scoring position. Castro back-to-back 3-hit games in this series. Ruggiano for 4 with a walk.
Right, got his ground ball, but Castro found the hole.
Fourteen times he's had 3 hits already this year. Curve strike.
Justin leaning in a little bit, willing to take that one for the team. Missed him, found the strike zone. Apparently.
the zone for a strike.
With an assist to Butera. Real quiet hands. Watch how he receives this pitch. Just cradles it right there. Gives the home plate umpire a good look.
Swing and a miss on the breaker to end the inning. Cubs strand 2. It's still 2-2. Near Lake in the 7th. Bunt single. And then Arizmendi Alcantara doubling him home to tie it at 2. We have not seen a run since. Have a little bit of a delay here before Blake Parker works in the bottom of the 12th as they get the diamond dry spread around the infield dirt. So game times this week, 2:53 on Monday, 6:27 Tuesday, 3:27 on Wednesday, 2:59, 3:18, and we're 4:22 and counting tonight. A lot of Cubs baseball this week, almost 24 hours worth.
Yeah, the 6.5-hour game the other day, I got a message, email from my brother-in-law the next day. He said, hey, we watched Gone with the Wind and Avatar, and you guys were still playing.
Here's a catcher, Drew Butera. The Cubs with a much-needed off day on Monday in Denver. A long stretch of games here without many days off. Bullpen can certainly use the rest.
Could have been.
This ball low. 12th game of a 34-day stretch in which the Cubs play 33 times. Adrian Gonzalez on deck. There it comes. Hit the bat. That's foul. 2-1. mentally are draining nights for the managers and bench coaches. Butero with an awkward swing as he grounds out to the pitcher. I mean, a lot of bullpen decisions for extra innings, JD, are made in the 6th and the 7th. Kind of figure out, okay, this is what we need to get us through the ball game, and always got to keep somebody in reserve. And as we mentioned, that's Chris Russin tonight.
You have to prepare for any eventuality. This kind of game afterwards, when you're back in the hotel, you kind of, if you don't win, just running through the game. Should I have bunted there? Should we have done this there?
So Gonzalez with 1 out, nobody on. He was trying to end it right there.
Yep. Big load, big swing, but a well-placed fastball. And Gonzalez comes up empty. Staying away from power. Fastball away, breaker down. Parker's been really sharp here tonight.
Curveball foul. So these blue bags for the giveaway tonight, and they have become very functional, if not fashionable as well.
Yeah.
Dodger fans take heat for leaving early, but a lot of people stayed through the rain tonight. The 0-2, 1-2. Maybe the unknown comic has showed up here at the ballpark.
Chucky baby. Splitter. It's interesting when you have the job that Blake Parker has. It's been, up and down from Iowa to the big leagues 3 different times this year. And so he doesn't work frequently, but he does find himself in this situation. A handful of times. You're not the guy that gets called in the 7th, the 8th, and all of a sudden you get into the extra innings. And you have to pitch multiple innings with the game on the line.
Baby, how do you keep an idiot in suspense?
How?
I'll tell you tomorrow.
Conversation by Castillo may have been, let's stay away from the worst case scenario here. Let's make sure we stay away from, hanging a breaking ball. Make sure you bury it.
There you go. He did. 2 away.
Pitch execution by the Cubs bullpen tonight has been outstanding. I'll go back to the Schlitter inning when he had D. Gordon on first base and was able to keep him there while making a lot of real quality pitches in that sequence. It was in the 7th. Dodgers have had only one base runner since then.
Gordon with 2 outs. Fouled out of play.
Even the little guys are taking home run swings in the 12th.
Alcantara can't get it, but again, I think Gordon gets on once that ball gets past the pitcher.
Might have got a piece of the throwing hand of Parker. Yeah, no chance for Alcantara to get Gordon on a ball like that.
Not a matter of if, but when in this sequence.
Parker not going over there with the conviction that Schlitter was. I don't think he just doesn't feel comfortable. Not quite as quick. Doesn't want to make a big mistake, and that's understandable. Trying to be too quick and you airmail one. It's going to end up on third base.
There he goes. Here's the throw. Safe. In some ways, it's kind of a relief for Parker, right? Now you just got to get it out. Just pitch.
Yeah, and when Gordon was on in the 7th, there was only 1 out at the time. So I think the stakes weren't higher. The game's on the line right here, but just, you just need to get 1 out. In that instance, they needed to get 2. So I think it was more important, just in terms of that particular inning, to hold him the way Schlitter did.
So number 51 for Gordon. Well, it's really about the batter here. 2 outs in the 12th. Sinker misses in 2-0.
Yeah, you don't want Alcantara compromising his position to try to keep Gordon close out there at second base.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Gary Jones is telling him.
Defend the hitter. Yep. Defend the field. You're not going to throw Gordon out. If the ball gets to the outfield, the Dodgers win.
Well, Gordon's going to steal third. He's almost halfway there.
I would step off if I were Parker. Now, because of that, they're going to ask Alcantara to at least start a little tighter to the base.
Close at Saks, Fifth Avenue. That's a strike, 2-1.
Two base hits for Turner tonight, both to right field.
Strike two, 2-2. It's high, it's full. Ramirez patiently waiting in the on-deck circle. Ball four. And here comes Ramirez.
No good at bat by Turner. Provides an opportunity for Hanley Ramirez. Sooner or later, you think Hanley's going to look in early, cheat on one.
Inside.
Can't do anything with that one.
The other thing about Gordon, with him being at second, if Ramirez, has a swinging bunt or something, you got to be careful if you throw to first, because Gordon might just keep going around third. It's a little trickier here. Really be aware of the situation. That ball driven, and the Dodgers are going to win it on a 3-run homer by Hanley Ramirez.
so easy to second guess in this game, but I'm sure Blake Parker and Wellington Castillo wish they were a little more aggressive with that 3-2 offering to Turner. I'm sure Blake would tell you that he wasn't trying to miss that badly with the curveball, but clearly he'd rather deal with Turner than Ramirez.
He knew it.
Yeah, well, he's a good breaking ball hitter. The breaking ball on the plate is a pitch that he handles quite well. They tried to go into the fastball first, and then trying to go away with the breaking ball. He just wasn't able to get it out on that outside edge. Stayed over the middle of the plate, and Ramirez obviously jumped all over it.
So he's our GMC professional grade player of the game. Well, too bad. Cubs pitched really well tonight. They just could not get that go-ahead run in extras. But a chance in the rubber match tomorrow. Now for JD and our entire crew, Len Casper from Dodger Stadium. The final score in 12. The Dodgers 5 and the Cubs 2. We're back with you Tuesday, 7 o'clock for our pregame coverage. 7:30 for the first pitch. CSN Plus, Cubs and the Rockies here on Comcast Sportsnet. Plus, Sportsnet Central is next. So long, everybody.